The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., November 15th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Monica Dela Cruz to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? When faced with the appalling tragedies that span the globe, revealing themselves in every corner of the earth, from Ukraine to Israel, from Armenia to Gaza, to name just a few, Lord, how do we pray? When constantly bombarded with news of devastating atrocities that defy any sense of humanity or decency, criminal acts of torture and abuse, unspeakable crimes against innocents, Lord, where do we turn? When overwhelmed by the complex networks of terrorist operatives and inundated with confusing reports that blur the lines between truth and falsehood, which make it hard to distinguish perpetrator and victim, what can we rely on to find our answers? Our help is in the name of the Lord who made heaven and earth. When the enemy rises up against your people, O God, when whole peoples are in danger of being swallowed up alive, when unbridled anger is kindled against them, do not let them be given as prey to the adversary. Allow them to escape the snare of their fowlers. Lord, pluck them from the jaws of the enemy. Holy God, deliver all those who this day are held captive to the hostile vagaries of aggression. Wherever the evil one dares wield his power in your world, bring your peace. In the power of your name, we are bold to pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be held by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week marks the 9th annual National Apprenticeship Week, a time when we can give our nation's workforce development programs their annual physical. Right now, there are more than 6 million Americans who are unemployed and more than 9 million job openings in our country. That's a real problem, Madam Speaker, and it's because the education-to-work pipeline is clearly fractured. I've said time and time again that we need to promote workforce development programs that actually work. Let employers be the ones to lead the way on this front. Let free market solutions lead the way as well. Madam Speaker, Earn and Learn programs offer workers a viable path to pursue the American dream on their own terms. We should do everything we can to support them. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor a great leader from Charlotte-Mecklenburg community, Mother Sarah Mingo Stevenson. After a lifetime devoted to public service in her community, to her church, and most importantly, family, Sarah Stevenson left us at the grand age of 97 on September 26, 2023. A Charlotte civil rights pioneer, she played a huge role in the creation of an influential forum for political and social dialogue in the city. The Tuesday Morning Breakfast Forum continues to this day and is required as a stop for candidates running for office in Charlotte and statewide. As the first black woman to serve on the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education from 1980 to 1988, she carried on her work of activism from the 70s, where she efforted the desegregation of public schools in the district. Her courageous leadership, encouragement of small business, women, and civil groups over the years has been part of her undying legacy. She will be sorely missed. I look forward to witnessing the many ways her legacy will continue to impact lives and make Charlotte and North Carolina a more just and fairer place. Sarah Stevenson earned the respect of men, women, and little children, and she made our world much better than she found it. Rest in peace, Ms. Stevenson.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor Chris Edwards of Olney, Illinois, for her being named a National Distinguished Principal by the National Association of Elementary School Principals. Chris is a principal from Richland County Elementary School, which serves nearly 1,000 rural students. The school's mission is to develop respect, responsible learners, and leaders. Under Chris Edwards' watch, that mission is being fulfilled. Her devotion is recognized by students, parents, and teachers alike. The school was given the high honor of a legacy school by the Leader in Me program. They host High Five Fridays to build connections in the community, and they launched a mobile library in an old school bus to deliver books in the summer. Chris has earned her status as a National Distinguished Principal, just as she's earned her position as the incoming president of the Illinois Principals Association. Madam Speaker, please join me in recognizing Chris Edwards for all she has done to provide a positive learning environment for Richland County school children. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
As Americans like me continue to fight to save lives, no matter faith or ethnicity, I hope we remember all lives lost. I still remember the celebrations across Palestinian villages of El Shama, who earned the highest high school exam score, making Gaza proud. Because Shamba was a symbol of hope, because she grew up in a refugee camp and still succeeded in the highest score. She was killed with members of her family when the missiles hit the Nazareth refugee camp in Gaza. Yusuf Maher was a young poet, a writer. He died alongside his members of his family. His last words, Madam Speaker, were, "We are not numbers." Viola and Yara are sisters who were killed at St. Porphyrius Greek Orthodox Church, where a missile hit while hundreds of people were crowded in a compound seeking shelter at the church. They were members of our former colleague, Congressman Justin Amash's family. They were among at least 16 people killed at the church. Please know, silencing me silences Palestinian voices who are asking to live. So we must ask and demand a ceasefire now.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
All right, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Polk County High School volleyball team for winning the 1A volleyball state championship for the first time in the school's history. The Polk County Wolverines won last Saturday's championship game in a 3-0 win against Falls Lake Academy. Outside hitter Sophia Overholt, who averaged nearly 3 kills per set, was named the MVP of the state finals. While the Wolverines have no shortage of impressive individual players, their strong bond as a team led them to this historic victory. As Michael Jordan, another great North Carolinian, once said, "Talent wins games, but teamwork and intelligence wins championships." Congratulations, Wolverines. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors and to encourage you to continue to strive for excellence on and off the court. You've made Western North Carolina proud. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, Moody's changed its rating outlook on the United States government from stable to negative. This was a direct consequence of the partisan gridlock and continued political polarization and the chaos and confusion that we see playing out here on the House floor with 19 votes for Speaker already. That's why it's so important that we passed a short-term government funding bill to keep the federal government open through January. Avoiding a government shutdown will help restore trust in the U.S. economy and ensure that working families aren't affected by the chaos and confusion that we, again, see playing out here in Washington. As we look ahead, we must continue to put people over politics and deliver a real budget that funds critical services, secures our border, and supports our allies in Israel and Ukraine. I remain ready to work in a bipartisan way to deliver results for the American people. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
I seek a unanimous request to address the House for 1 minute and to revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as we honor veterans, I rise to mourn the loss of Eric Fagan, a Marine, a community beacon, and a mental health advocate from South Texas. On October 25th, the light of his presence was tragically extinguished, and the shockwaves of his passing have been felt throughout my community. His absence is a reminder of the invisible battles our veterans face. Eric's life was a testament to service and resilience. Let us honor his memory by better addressing the silent crisis of veterans' suicide and ensuring those who serve have the care they deserve. I want Eric's family to know that his legacy inspires us to care for every veteran. May God bless Eric Fagan and his family and the country he loved. Semper Fi. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today, I would like to recognize an important anniversary for a cutting-edge research center located in my district. For more than 20 years, the National Corn to Ethanol Research Center at Southern Illinois University in Edwardsville has been a pillar in the biotechnology industry and a leading research institution in the United States. Born in the research title of the 1996 Farm Bill, with a $14 million federal appropriation the following year, NSERC has been a good investment, not just in my district, but in the broader bioeconomy in America. NSERC's work has culminated in more than 80 technologies that are now in the commercial marketplace, generating over $7 billion of annual revenue and thousands of direct and indirect jobs. With a return on investment of $5.40 for every dollar of public funding received, NSERC leverages every investment to create the public-private partnerships that make a cleaner, low-carbon, more sustainable future a reality. I hope you will join me in celebrating
The gentlelady's time has expired.
The National Corn to Ethanol Research Center. Thank you so much. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I'm here to rise today to celebrate the life and the legacy of William Jung III of Springfield, Missouri. Bill was born in Overland Park, Kansas on May 24th, 1941, and passed away in Springfield, Missouri on October 17th, 2023. He is survived by his wife, Ramona, and their 9 children, 36 grandchildren, and 41 great-grandchildren. He is also survived by 2 sisters and a host of friends and relatives. Bill was passionate about life and his love for the Lord. He was involved in many civic and religious organizations, serving wherever he could. Bill had a passion for traveling and adventure. He and his wife visited more than 30 countries, including a cherished trip to Israel. He was always game for any new adventure that came his way. Bill was a dear friend of mine. His smile and warm personality will be greatly missed by me, his many friends, and his wonderful family. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Arlington Babe Ruth 13U All-Star team, who won the Virginia Babe Ruth Baseball 13U State Championship and represented Virginia in the 2023 Babe Ruth World Series. The team was undefeated in the state tournament, outscoring their opponents 41-7. The team went on to proudly represent Virginia in the 2023 Babe Ruth World Series, where they faced regional champions from all over the country. When they came up short in their goal of winning the World Series, they should nevertheless be tremendously proud of a wonderful season. It would also not have been possible without a dedicated group of friends, family, and supporters who cheered them on and spent countless hours and hundreds of miles supporting the team. They made Arlington and the rest of the 8th District proud. I'm sure they'll go on to even greater things. Please join me in congratulating head coach Chris Chuchalu, assistant coach Thor Kumi, and their championship team, Sammy Braccia, George Coker, Ryan DiVincenzo, Nolan Forster, Luca Fedden, Clive Gay, Aiden Heinzer, Michael Huff, Booker Lawson, Michael Bestrangello, Jack Riordan, Charlie Ross, and Jones Talent. Go Arlington.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 871, resolved that the following name member be and is hereby
that the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 869 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 49, House Resolution 869. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5893, making appropriations for the Departments of Commerce and Justice, Science, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-12 shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 2A. No further amendment to H.R. 5893 as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution, and pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of this resolution. B. Each further amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against further amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 3. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 4. During consideration of H.R. 5893 for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. Section 5. At the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 5893 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 6. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 5961 to freeze certain Iranian funds involved in the 2023 hostage deal between the United States and Iran and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment recommended by the Committee on Foreign Affairs now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-14, modified by the amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 hour.
For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the ranking member of the Rules Committee, the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
House Resolution 869 provides for a structured rule for consideration of H.R. 5893, the Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies Appropriations Act, and a closed rule, H.R. 5961, the No Funds for Iranian Terrorism Act. We have a structured rule for H.R. 5893, which makes in order 119 amendments for consideration on the floor. This rule provides the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations limited en bloc authority and provides one motion to recommit. We have a closed rule for H.R. 5961. Debate for this bill will be evenly divided over 1 hour between the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, and the rule provides one motion to recommit. I urge members to support H.Res. 869 and the spirit in which it was created, one that allows for robust debate and gives members the opportunity to submit amendments for consideration on this floor. As many amendments were included in this rule as possible, we are encouraging debate on the floor and for members to fight for their priorities. There's absolutely no reason not to support this rule. And let's not forget what we have been committed to fighting for these last several months, bringing all 12 appropriations bills to the floor. The days of Christmas omnibus bills are over. We still have more work to do to fight against inflated budgets and the growing national debt. But the step we are taking this week that prevents a Christmas giveaway on the House floor in an omnibus is a major step in the right direction. This is what the American people expected of us. This is what we were elected to do: discuss and debate appropriation of taxpayer dollars. And speaking of appropriations, this is our 12th appropriations bill. 12 of 12, finally, here we are. Do I wish this were done in a timelier manner? Of course. Do I wish the government functioned more efficiently for the sake of the constituents we each represent? Absolutely. But we find ourselves now completing this process in the manner in which it was intended: draft, amend, debate, and vote. No member can say today that they did not have the opportunity to participate in this process, and no member can argue that these appropriations were not brought forward in an open and transparent manner. I applaud the relative committees and everyone in the GOP conference who has worked so hard to bring this bill and all of the appropriations bills forward to get this work done. I urge my colleagues to support the rule, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Kentucky for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. So, Madam Speaker, you heard the gentleman from Kentucky purport to describe what is in the bills that we are considering today, and I think his description of these bills is somewhat inaccurate. The so-called No Funds for Iranian Terrorism Act, and I say so-called because this bill does not actually do what the title suggests. It's really just about Republicans going after President Biden because they're mad he secured the release of American hostages. It's as simple as that. Some members of Congress would rather let these American hostages stay imprisoned in Iran than give credit to President Biden for bringing them home. This is a bad bill. It undermines America's credibility in future negotiations. And the money the United States unfroze, Iranian money, not American money, can only be used for humanitarian needs. That's the truth. The money doesn't even go to the Iranian government. It goes to a restricted account in Qatar where it can be only used for approved purchases. Those are the facts. And I won't waste any more time on this foolish political messaging bill. The other bill contained in this rule is H.R. 5893, another extreme MAGA Republican spending bill. It's no shock that this radical commerce, justice, and science appropriation bill couldn't even get a markup and a vote out of the full Appropriations Committee because it's nuts. It defunds the police, which is ironic, but let's not even go there. And it guts programs that help small businesses, slashes services that help missing and exploited children. I mean, really? And it makes it easier for criminals to get their hands on guns. Madam Speaker, the truth is that the Republican Party is completely and totally broken. They are unable to govern themselves, let alone a country. And the two extreme MAGA messaging bills that we are considering today are just the latest examples, just the tip of the iceberg. Now, our job on the Rules Committee is to help run this place like professionals, to advance legislation in a thoughtful, orderly, deliberate manner, and to do it in a way that reflects well on the Congress and the country. But since Republicans took over, we have seen nothing but dysfunction and disaster in this chamber. Chaos, confusion, and crisis at the hands of MAGA extremists who have turned this place into a circus. Republican incompetence over the last 11 months takes my breath away. As this chart shows, Madam Speaker, we have a timeline up here that speaks for itself. A week wasted on 14 failed votes for Speaker, while Kevin McCarthy agreed to shady backroom deals with MAGA extremists so he could win the gavel. A month wasted on MAGA extremists threatening to default on America's debt unless Democrats agreed to draconian spending cuts. An entire summer An entire summer wasted after Democrats came to the table and negotiated a budget deal, but then Republicans didn't bring a single spending bill to the floor. Finally, days before a government shutdown, Republicans brought to the floor appropriations bills they couldn't even pass. They had to call in Democrats to get a continuing resolution over the finish line. And then they kicked out their own speaker for the terrible crime of keeping the government open. All because the MAGA extremists had a temper tantrum. 20 days wasted while Republicans argued amongst themselves until they finally settled on someone who evidently everybody in their conference disliked the least. And here they are today, Mr. Speaker, right back where they started, with nothing to show the American people except dysfunction and disarray. We heard promise after promise from Republican leaders that this Congress would be different, more open and more accommodating, we kept on hearing. Those promises have been broken. Over 40 closed rules on the floor, blocking 68% of bipartisan amendments. And by the way, even blocking over half of all Republican amendments. My friend from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, 20% of his own amendments have been blocked, never even considered on the floor. I have a radical idea that in the world's greatest deliberative body, we should, deliberate. Yet, time after time, despite their promises, Republicans are blocking amendment after amendment. And again, two-thirds of bipartisan amendments, and over half of their own amendments have been blocked. Don't worry, though. They found a way to make an order every single MAGA culture war amendment to ban abortion and go after women's reproductive rights. They tucked those into nearly every appropriations bill. And you would think that after all of that, at least they would have something to show for it, right? You'd be wrong. At this point in the 116th Congress, when Democrats were in charge during divided government, we had already enacted 68 laws, not just passed the House, but enacted into law, signed by the President. So far this Congress, Republicans have acted 19 laws. That's it. Let that sink in. Democrats enacted over 3 times the number of laws at this point in our majority. Maybe, and here's an idea, maybe they would have had more bills signed into law if they didn't waste all their time fighting with one another. But instead, they wasted an entire month, 26 days so far, fighting with themselves, holding midnight seances, trying to revive the dead bills that divided their conference, and fighting a MAGA civil war about who should be in charge. 14% of all legislative days this Congress have been focused not on the American people, but on which one of them gets to be in charge. That's a national embarrassment. You know how many days it took Democrats to pick a speaker when we were in charge, Mr. Speaker? One. Because Americans expected us to govern, not fight with each other. Which reminds me, it's not like we don't have a recent example of what it looks like when Congress gets stuff done in a productive and bipartisan way. So now, let's compare their record this Congress with our record last Congress. Republicans have made fewer bipartisan amendments in order. Hell, they've made fewer majority amendments in order, and only 19 bills signed into law. Again, we have a recent example of what this place looks like when it works. Democrats enacted 58 laws last Congress, signed by the President at this point. I said a moment ago that it was 68 under divided government. It was 58 in the last Congress, because we get things done, no matter who is in the White House. We take our job seriously. The facts speak for themselves, and the contrast could not be more clear. Because this right here, This is what Democratic leadership looks like in Congress. It looks like results for American families. Democrats passed the American Rescue Plan, ending the COVID crisis and reopening our economy. Democrats passed the CHIPS and Science Act, bringing jobs back from China and supply chains back from overseas. Democrats passed the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, a historic investment that will rebuild our infrastructure for generations and generations to come. And what did almost every single Republican do on every single one of those bills? They voted no. But guess what? They're in charge now. And instead of rising to the occasion, they have totally failed at governing. They are running this place like babies. Actually, I think that's an insult to babies, Mr. Speaker. Their incompetence is staggering. Their infighting is so immature that it's stunning. All the American people want, Mr. Speaker, is for Republicans to work with Democrats to get things done. It's that simple. It's that simple. Republicans barely control one half of one branch of government. Democrats control the Senate and the White House. To get anything done, anything at all, we all have to work together. We have to compromise. We have to do things in a bipartisan way. And that's, quite frankly, what the American people want. They want us to put people over politics to get stuff done. And that's what Democrats are focused on. And I can tell you, people are fed up with this Republican dysfunction and disarray. They are fed up with Republicans fighting with each other instead of for the people. They are fed up with Republican leadership caving to the MAGA extremists time after time after time. And I'm telling you right now, this majority will not be in the majority for long if things keep going like they have been. And with that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserved. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, to say that the Democrats spend like drunken sailors is an insult to sailors. This bill cuts wasteful spending. If there's any scorecard to be kept between Democrat speakers and Republican speakers, well, it should be on spending. And I'd like to note that 40% of all of the national debt, which, by the way, is approaching $34 trillion, 40% of all of the national debt that exists today, from the beginning of our country until this moment, was incurred under one speaker. That was Speaker Pelosi. So if we're keeping score here, it should be about spending, wasteful spending, deficit spending, and debts. And we can blame presidents for it, but the reality is Congress, in fact, the House of Representatives, has the power of the purse. We need to look at ourselves when we look at that debt. And this bill is a good step toward reducing deficits. The Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill provides net new spending of $58.383 billion for programs under the jurisdiction of the subcommittee, which is $23.765 billion below FY23 enacted levels. That's a large cut. Maybe it's not large enough, but it is what has upset the other side of the aisle, that's for sure. You can disguise it as anything you want, but they're really upset about this bill because it cuts spending. Not the kind of cuts to spending where we pretend to cut spending, where we have some baseline that's actually increasing spending and then we reduce the baseline. No, I'm talking about actual cuts in real dollars. That's what this bill does, and that's why they're so excited. That's why they're so angry about this rule and this bill. By the way, this rule allows for 119 amendments. And when they say those are extreme amendments, what do those amendments do? They cut more. That's what the amendments do. None of those amendments increase spending. I think that's what they're upset about on the other side of the aisle, is that not only have we brought forth a bill that cuts $23 billion of federal spending, we're allowing 119 amendments to cut even more spending. So let me talk about the priorities in this bill. By the way, Congress has the power of the purse. And we complain about a lot of things the executive branch does, but then we too will frequently turn around and fund the things that we complain about. So this bill actually defunds some of the things that we've been complaining about. You know, I had the great fortune to share breakfast with Justice Antonin Scalia before he passed away, several members of Congress. And one of my colleagues asked the Justice Scalia, he said, "When are you going to help us restore constitutional balance of government?" And Scalia scoffed at him. He said, "What are you talking about? You are the most powerful branch. In fact, every tool you need is right there in the Constitution to restore constitutional balance of government." And another of my colleagues said, "But impeachment is so unwieldy and we can never get that through the Senate." And Scalia said, "I'm not talking about impeachment. I'm talking about the power of the purse. It's right there in the Constitution. You have it. You are the most powerful branch, and quit complaining about the things you're funding, or quit funding the things you're complaining about." And so that's what this bill does. It eliminates more than 70 unnecessary and wasteful programs and initiatives, including 14 polarizing diversity, equity, and inclusion offices and programs. I don't find diversity, equity, and inclusion in the Constitution. It's just not in Article 1, Section 8. It's not there for us to do. And so we're eliminating those programs. Defunds at least 15 executive orders. What are executive orders? Are they laws? No, they're not laws. The lawmaking authority is here. We should probably defund every executive order, but this defunds 15 of them: rules, memoranda, and other Biden administration policies that usurp our congressional authority to make law. This bill reduces wasteful spending on climate change initiatives, prevents the FBI from using its construction balances to build a new headquarters. Why is that important? Because they've become weaponized against the American public. When they start showing up at school board meetings and targeting parents and saying that they're terrorists, they don't need a new headquarters. And it rejects the administration's plans to replace the Department of Commerce and Department of Justice vehicle fleets with electric vehicles, saving taxpayers nearly $54 million. This is what we're doing in this bill. We're using the power of the purse. There are 119 amendments. None of those amendments increase spending. I can tell you we went through all of them. Maybe that's why they're so upset that some of their amendments didn't make it in there, because maybe they were trying to spend more money. I'm sorry, we're not going to do it. And with that, I reserve.
Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think for the viewing public who is watching this, they may take note that the gentleman didn't respond to anything that I said in my opening remarks. I will point out for the record, just so people understand, that over half of the amendments that were offered to this bill were rejected. They were blocked. They were blocked by the Republican majority on the Rules Committee. 170 amendments, many of them Republican amendments, I should point out, were blocked. And it was not because they added to spending, it was they were just blocked. And the point I was trying to make, and I'll make it again, is that my friends on the other side of the aisle, my complaint with them is they have accomplished absolutely nothing. They have wasted their time in the majority. The gentleman talks about all these deep cuts in some of these appropriation bills that, I'll be honest with you, I object to them because they're going to hurt people I represent, but he talks about all these cuts. None of these bills are ever going to become law. We spent all of last week debating two appropriations bills, the transportation bill and the financial services bill. I mean, we worked overtime, late into the night, debating all these amendments. And guess what? They pulled them. They pulled them. They're in the majority. They can't even pass the crummy bills that are being sent from Appropriations Committee to the Rules Committee. I mean, it's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. And the bill we're talking about today, I'm not even sure this is going to pass, or I wouldn't be surprised if they pull this and the labor HHS bill as well. I mean, this is not how you run Congress. We're supposed to bring things to completion. The bill before us today was so bad the full Appropriations Committee didn't even mark it up. Why? Because they probably couldn't get the votes to get it out. So my friends have accomplished absolutely nothing in their majority. I mean, that's a tragedy. I mean, they've barely struggled to do the basics, like keeping the lights on, but they need Democratic help to do that. And they've blocked the majority of their own members' amendments. You can't make this stuff up. 20% for Mr. Mouser. And the gentleman who's on the Rules Committee had a big chunk of his amendments blocked as well. But in any event, Mr. Speaker, we're going to urge on our side that we defeat the previous question. And if we do, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a measure that unequivocally states that the People's House will keep its promise to American workers and seniors, that we will protect and preserve Social Security and Medicare and fight against any Republican cuts to these essential programs that so many of our constituents rely on. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And to discuss our proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Social Security and Medicare are a lifeline for hundreds of thousands of seniors in my district in Louisville, Kentucky, and for millions of seniors across America. Unfortunately, the House Republicans continue to advocate for stripping hardworking Americans of their earned benefits. I stress earned. Social Security and Medicare are a contract, a legal and a moral promise that our country has made for people who have paid into a program and then said, guess what? We'll be there for you. We'll be there to provide a safe and secure retirement for you in your golden years. And for millions of Americans, a Social Security check is the difference between keeping the lights on or falling behind on bills. Their Medicare coverage is the difference between taking or not taking their insulin. Stripping back these crucial benefits is dangerous and it's extreme. But just a few weeks ago, one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle explicitly stated that they wanted to elect a speaker who has the courage to talk about ending Social Security and Medicare as we know it. My hometown in Louisville, Kentucky is home to more than 350,000 Medicare beneficiaries. That's over 350,000 Louisvillians who paid into the program their entire working lives so that they could depend on those benefits now. Thanks to Democrats and the Inflation Reduction Act, healthcare is more affordable and more accessible than ever before. As we speak, Medicare is negotiating to lower the price of 10 prescription drugs for Part D recipients, with more to come. And out-of-pocket insulin costs have been capped at $35 a month. There's more to do. But extremists in the House Republican Conference are trying to privatize, cut, and end these crucial programs. House Democrats will continue fighting to protect these benefits for generations to come. I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Well, I'd like to point out that my colleague from Kentucky is right, that Social Security is a legal and moral obligation to seniors. But I'd also like to point out that every time we engage in deficit spending and we spend too much money, we cause inflation. And then when we have the Fed create dollars out of thin air so we can launder them through banks and then borrow them back from ourselves, we're really causing inflation. And what does inflation do to those Social Security checks? It reduces the value of those Social Security checks. So this bill is actually a step at reducing inflation by reducing federal spending. And that will be to the benefit of those seniors who are going to be living on a fixed income. And we all know there's a cost of living adjustment applied to Social Security, but the reality is it's not keeping up with inflation. Inflation is so rampant now due to the spending that we have engaged in Congress. There's a moral imperative for us to reduce spending because it trickles down. It trickles down. The inflation is is very detrimental to our seniors, and that's why we have to pass this bill. And at this point, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to my good friend and colleague on the Rules Committee from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, first I'd like to thank the gentleman from Kentucky for yielding the time. And I rise today to support of the underlying legislation to prevent the Biden administration from following through on its policy of appeasement towards the Iranian regime. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle insist that there are safeguards to ensure that the $6 billion unfrozen in the administration's agreement with Iran is spent purely on humanitarian efforts. But I ask my colleagues and I ask this administration, if there is such an urgent need for access to that money for food and medicine and other assistance, then why has the Iranian regime invested for decades billions and billions of dollars into funding Hamas, Hezbollah, and other terrorist organizations that are intent on murdering Americans, murdering the Jewish people, and destroying our friend and ally, the State of Israel? The administration has lost its mind if they think that it can appease a fundamentalist regime that routinely calls for our annihilation and the annihilation of the Jewish people. On October 7th, we saw pure evil on display as Hamas, bankrolled by this Iranian regime with funds that could have been spent on food, medicine, or other humanitarian needs of the Iranian people. They murdered, they kidnapped children, they raped women, they brutalized the elderly. The evil we saw on that day was done at the behest of and with the resources provided by Iran's fundamentalist leaders. And I want to remind you that there are still 240 hostages in Gaza, including 10 Americans. Yet some of my colleagues continue to insist that this $6 billion deposit to the regime in the form of aid will not be used for malicious purposes. I think we all know that it will. We know that this administration has followed an utterly failed path of appeasing an evil regime in Iran. And the true cost of this failure is the violence and the chaos brought upon the Israeli people by the Iranian-funded terrorist group Hamas. Enabling Iran to fund terror goes against every principle our nation has been founded on. It rejects freedom, democracy, justice, and empowers fear, division, and hatred. Appeasing Iran is disgusting and deeply un-American. Mr. Speaker, let's stop pretending that we can move forward with the transfer of resources to a regime that wishes to destroy us and our allies. Let's stop pretending that we can negotiate with a regime that wishes genocide on the Jewish people. I strongly support the underlying legislation to halt this administration's reckless policy towards Iran, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts recognized. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, let me just again point out that my friends on the other side of the aisle blocked most of the amendments that were brought before the Rules Committee. In fact, they have a habit of even blocking a majority of their own members' amendments. And even with this rigged process that we've been operating under, that the Republicans have put into place, even under this rigged process, and they've yet to rebut this, they've accomplished nothing. They've accomplished nothing. They've normalized dysfunction, and a win for this majority is having Democrats keep the lights on for them so that we don't shut the government down. I mean, I brought this chart out before, but this is a contrast of like what we accomplished when we were in charge. I mean, I could go right down to these are things, the Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act, honoring our PACT Act, helping our veterans get additional health care, the Violence Against Women Act reauthorization, the Inflation Reduction Act, I mean, I go Safer Communities Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, the Paycheck Protection Program and Health Care Enhancement Act. These are things that pass the House and the Senate and get signed by the President. These are real things. And here we are today doing what we did last week, bringing up all these, right-wing MAGA amendments with appropriations bills that are so bad that even Republican members on the Appropriations Committee do not want to vote for them in full committee, so we bypass that. And then they come to the floor, and we're going to debate the amendments that are in order, they made in order all day and all night, only to have them pull this stuff at the end of the day. That's what they did last week. Two bills were just, after all the time on the floor debating, were just pulled. And I get it. I mean, you know, we sign up for this. But I will be honest with you, I think it's a disservice to the staff who work up here and who take this job seriously to go through all of these kind of, gyrations for no reason at all. I mean, it is just ridiculous. But I mean, this majority, as we come to the close of this week, and we will hopefully break for Thanksgiving, I mean, has accomplished nothing. This has been a waste of time. You want to talk about a waste of taxpayer money? It is the Republican majority in this House. And at this point, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, indeed today we have yet another extreme Republican appropriations bill that focuses more on tax breaks for the wealthy tax cheats than keeping our community safe. When asked what bothers them most about taxes, nearly 2/3 of Americans said the feeling that the wealthy and corporations are not paying their fair share. But instead of making sure the IRS has the tools it needs to go after wealthy tax cheats, this bill slashes their budget by $22 billion. For every dollar cut from IRS law enforcement, we tend to lose $2 in tax revenue. Republicans are clearly bad at budgeting when they are giving away revenue. But wait, there's more. Republicans like to say they are the party of law and order, but this bill also cuts the FBI's law enforcement by $400 million. Cutting the FBI's budget would hurt our rural communities. FBI agents can bring in technology and tools that help solve crimes that a small police force, like in my district, just don't have. How can we expect to interdict fentanyl in our rural areas or to go after criminal cartels when we are cutting the FBI and cutting the Department of Justice, which would prosecute those despicable traffickers of death and despair? Republicans are clearly bad at making sure criminals are investigated, charged, tried, and sent to prison. But wait, that's not all. While Democrats are putting people over politics and growing the middle class, the extreme Republican appropriation bills are blockading the road to the middle class. This appropriation bill cuts the pathway to prosperity when it cuts economic development programming to 51% below last year's levels. In New Mexico, these cuts would jeopardize local and tribal economic development projects, which are helping us grow jobs and businesses after the closure of coal mines and coal plants. These cuts would take economic development funding down to a level not seen since 2014. Extreme Republicans are clearly looking backward. My focus in Congress must be towards a future of hope, prosperity, and opportunity. At the Rules Committee yesterday, Republicans told me they didn't have a choice but to make these cuts. That's not true. Remember, they are choosing to give up billions of dollars of tax revenue owed by wealthy tax cheats. Republicans built the deficit. In 2017, 2003, and 2001, Republicans chose tax cuts for the wealthy and big corporations. Their choices tell us their priorities. With that, Mr. Speaker, I have no other choice but to urge my colleagues to vote no on this rule, and if we ever see it on the floor, this bill.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if I had a nickel for every time the other side of the aisle uses the word extreme, I'd buy you lunch today. It must be poll tested. Extreme must be good for them in the polls. But let me tell you what's extreme and what every American thinks is extreme. $33.7 trillion is extreme. The fact that we are now paying this year $1 trillion in interest on that debt, on that national debt, that's extreme. Spending money we don't have is extreme. Funding an FBI that targets its own citizens who've done nothing wrong. Funding the censorship of speech of Americans, that's extreme. And the American people know that's extreme. The inflation that's caused by this is extreme, and it's affecting everybody. The cost of transportation, the cost of food, the cost of housing is skyrocketing. That's extreme. Now, my colleague mentioned that we didn't allow every amendment in this rule. Well, as a ranking member of the committee, surely he knows, not every amendment's in order. We have certain rules in the Rules Committee. And a lot of these amendments, unfortunately, and I have to tell some of my friends this, failed our own tests. For instance, they weren't germane to the underlying bill. Americans don't want us adding amendments.
Order. The gentleman may resume.
Americans don't want amendments tacked onto bills that have nothing to do with the underlying bill. So the amendments have to be germane. We're protecting the American people when we keep this process for allowing amendments that are only germane. The amendments to spending bills, as a rule, it's been a rule since I've come here 11 years ago, they can't increase spending. Yet, unfortunately, some of my colleagues introduce amendments that do, sometimes intentionally, sometimes unintentionally, but especially the Democrats like to increase spending. We can't allow those amendments. And finally, we don't allow the amendments that try to legislate on an appropriations bill. We don't allow you to change laws on a bill that has to do with spending. So that's the primary reason most of those amendments that the other side of the aisle is complaining about are not in this bill. But there are 119 good amendments that were allowed that we will debate later today and that we will vote on in full transparency and full light of day, not snuck in at the last moment. But the American people will get to see how they're being represented through these 119 amendments. This appropriations bill, I would like to point out, satisfies some of our constitutional obligations. You know, Adam Smith said there are three primary roles of government: to provide for the national defense, to fund public infrastructure, and to institute a system of justice. It's that third obligation that we are fulfilling here today with this bill. And then we have some constitutional obligations beyond that are fulfilled in this bill. The U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, intellectual property, which is in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8 of the Constitution. That's an obligation of Congress to provide for the protection of intellectual property. That's in this bill. The Bureau of the Census is funded in this bill. We are directed by the Constitution to have a census every 10 years. So that's another function in this bill. This bill funds the National Institute of Standards and Technology, sometimes called NIST. This used to be called the Bureau of Weights and Measures. The Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, directs Congress to establish the weights and measures so that we're not all using in this country a different set of weights and measures. So there are many constitutional obligations provided for in this bill, many necessary roles of government, some things that aren't technically in the Constitution, but we agree publicly that these are in the benefit of our country. For instance, NASA is funded in this bill. So that's why I urge my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I don't even know where to begin. This is what you're witnessing here is called smoke and mirrors. The gentleman says they're not going to sneak things into a bill at the last minute. A whole bunch of stuff was snuck into this bill at the last minute. In fact, I repeat, this bill did not go before the full Appropriations Committee. It was not reported out by the full Appropriations Committee. Why? Because it is so extreme and so awful they didn't think they had the votes. The same thing last week. Again, 2 appropriation bills. We wasted all this time on the floor talking about those bills, and then they pulled them because they didn't have the votes. You know, and here we are again voting on another extreme bill that will probably, in all likelihood, be pulled. And when the gentleman is making the case that somehow amendments are blocked because, they're not rule compliant, okay, all right, that's an argument to be made, but that's not the case with the overwhelming majority of the amendments that were blocked. Again, I said to my Republican friends who are watching, a majority of your amendments were blocked, and you guys are in charge. I get it, they blocked 72% of the amendments I've offered, which, by the way, are rule compliant, but they blocked the majority of Republican amendments. And the gentleman says that, we were just blocking amendments that are not rule compliant. Last night in the Rules Committee, we offered amendments to strike out language that was in the bill, that is in this bill. It is totally rule compliant. We offered an amendment to strike the anti-abortion riders. We had a vote, and the gentleman voted with the majority of Republicans to block us even being able to offer an amendment to strike the anti-abortion riders. I guess they were afraid they would lose, or afraid of the debate, or afraid to put vulnerable members in a tough position, whatever. We had an amendment striking anti-LGBTQ riders. Again, all the Republicans, the gentleman included, voted to block it. Totally rule compliant. We had an amendment striking the anti-gun safety riders that were added into this bill. Totally rule compliant. Every Republican, including the gentleman, voted to not make our amendment in order. Yeah, so this is what you call smoke and mirrors. I mean, we had an amendment striking their anti-climate riders. Again, it's in the bill. We're not putting something new in the bill. This is their bill. Totally rule compliant. Every Republican, including the gentleman, voted to block that. So let's not have this, kind of fantasy debate where we're saying, oh, all we did was we kept out amendments that were not rule compliant. Bottom line is, you're afraid of the debates. My friends are afraid that they may lose on some of these issues. They also know that the majority of the American people do not like their position on women's reproductive rights, where they want a national abortion ban. They also know that a majority of people in this country are sick and tired of bigotry against the LGBTQ plus community. They know that a majority of Americans are sick and tired of the rising level of gun violence in this country. They also know that a majority of Americans believe climate change is for real, and they want us to do stuff to try to reverse the current trends. But they blocked all these amendments. And I have the report from the Rules Committee last night with all the votes and the amendments, all rule compliant. All rule compliant. So, let's get real here. We are here today to, again, talk about an appropriation bill that is not only extreme, that probably at the end of the day not even going to be able to pass it with Republican votes. And it will certainly never become law. It will certainly, it's a joke of a bill. They wouldn't even bring it before the full Republican-controlled Appropriations Committee. And then, or they're going to pull it. And that's it. We have you want to talk about wasting money? All the money we wasted last week debating bills that are going nowhere. Or what about the money that we wasted while for 26 days we had no Speaker of the House, but had to keep everybody here while they try to fight amongst themselves on which member of the Republican Congress they disliked the least so they can move that person forward as Speaker. I mean, give me a break. I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Well, I look forward to the passage of this rule because there are 119 amendments. They're going to expose 430-plus members of this body to their voters. Well, how is that? Well, each of these amendments gets 10 minutes of debate, and then, if so ordered, there will be recorded votes on these amendments, and they address issues fundamental to our rights. There will be amendments in this debate after this rule passes on protecting the First Amendment, the Constitution, the freedom of religion, freedom of speech. Will we allow our government to censor us on social media? They've been doing it through NGOs and private organizations and research grants. I don't think we should allow it. I don't think it's constitutional. You can't launder a violation of the First Amendment. And there will be a debate on that after this rule passes because of this rule. There'll be a debate on whether you support the Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms. There's an amendment that we will debate when this rule passes that prohibits the ATF from using funds to maintain a database. They're prohibited already, but they keep trying to do it, so we have to defund them from that. There's even an amendment, and I'm particularly fond of this debate that's coming up, to prevent federal funds from being used to prosecute a presidential candidate. We look like a banana republic when when our justice system indicts candidates for president to try to bring down their poll numbers. This is something that you do in third world countries. In any event, there are 119 amendments. I think the other side is against this rule because they don't want to have these debates. And they surely don't want to have to vote, because that record will be for all time. And every 2 years, each of us faces our voters with those records that will be created today as a result of this rule. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah. So I think I'm beginning to understand the logic of the gentleman from Kentucky. So he thinks we have an open process as long as amendments that he agrees with are made in order. But any amendments that he doesn't agree with, it's okay to block them. I don't have any problem with some of the crummy amendments that the gentleman and the Republicans have made in order, that in my opinion are really bad for this country. We'll have those debates and we'll vote on them. I have no problem with that. But I don't know why my friends are afraid to have a debate on women's reproductive rights, whether or not we should protect a woman's right to choose, whether we should protect a woman's right to abortion in this country. I mean, they blocked it. They added language in that curtails women's rights, but they won't allow an amendment so we can have that 10 minutes of debate. I don't know why the gentleman's afraid to have a debate on whether or not we should end bigotry against the LGBTQ plus community. If they believe that it's okay to continue prejudice and discrimination against that community, they can vote no on our amendment. I mean, let's have the debate, or on climate change, or even on we have a different position on assault weapons. The gentleman can offer his amendment. We have a different amendment. Why is it that the amendment that we offered is blocked? It's just a strange view of the world when you come up here and you say that we have a very fair and open process here. But we block all your amendments, but we're making all the amendments that we agree with basically in order. I don't really think that's a fair process. But in any event, let me ask the gentleman. I don't know. How many more speakers does he have on his side?
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Then, Mr. Speaker, I will yield myself the remaining time on our side.
Recognized.
Mr. Speaker, House Republicans are a minority party that is masquerading as a majority party. And I say that because I think my friends on the other side don't want to actually be in charge anymore. It is easier to be in the minority when you're a Republican. They think all you have to do is vote no on everything. It's harder to be in the majority. And it's especially hard because the Republican Party no longer represents a coherent political ideology that seeks to solve problems or govern. They just want to scream and yell about how this place is broken when they're the ones who broke it. They want to use crisis and scandal to mask their own selfishness and sedition, and to cover up their own incompetence and ineffectiveness. But the American people see through it. They know this Republican majority is a disaster, a national embarrassment. They have normalized dysfunction. We have Republican members of Congress literally assaulting each other in the hallways, threatening to punch people in committee hearings, getting into fights on the House floor and having their supporters threaten each other's families with violence. That is the truth. They have wasted away their majority fighting amongst themselves and acting like babies, focusing on retaliation and revenge, pursuing ridiculous impeachment inquiry sideshows, conditioning aid to our allies on tax cuts for billionaires here at home, screaming about the deficit when they keep passing bills that blow up the deficit. And I say to people watching this at home, you might not agree with Democrats on everything, but we are Team Normal. And Republicans are Team totally off the deep end nuts. I clean that up for the floor, Mr. Speaker, for, civility. Democrats ran this place like professionals, and Republicans are running it into the ground. Democrats fight for the people. Republicans only care about fighting with each other. Democrats behave like adults, and I hope rational, reasonable, moderate Republicans, if any are left, will join us and reject the MAGA extremists who behave like spoiled, rotten children. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge a hell no on this rule, a no on the underlying bills, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Well, the word of the day is extreme, because the other side uses it in every sentence. But let me tell you what's extreme. Violating the First Amendment, principles of freedom of speech, freedom of religion, that's extreme. That's going to be addressed in this bill and this rule, using the power of the purse. Violating the Second Amendment rights of Americans, God-given rights to defend themselves, that's extreme. This bill addresses that. This rule provides for robust debate on that issue. Violating the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution and the rights there enshrined. Violating the 10th Amendment, federalizing our police forces. That's extreme. These are the things that Americans find extreme. These are the things that are addressed in this rule and in the underlying bill using the power of the purse. But the most extreme thing, and I do have to say, the Democrats are really good at this form of extremism. The most extreme thing is to continually spend money we don't have, to borrow until they won't lend us any more money, and then to print money so that we can spend more of it, to put ourselves $33.7 trillion in debt. And when I say ourselves, I mean the American taxpayers. They're on the hook for this. And even if you don't pay taxes, if you've worked a hard life and you've saved and you've got money in the bank and you're relying on your Social Security, what's extreme is the inflation that we have created through out-of-control spending in this chamber over many, many years, both parties guilty of it. That's extreme because it hurts every American when we devalue the dollar through extreme spending. What does this bill do? It cuts spending. This fight is really simple. The disagreements between both sides of the aisle, we can argue about the minor issues, but the major issue is, do you want to expand government? Do you want it to be more prevalent in your life? Do you want to pay more taxes? Do you want to put your grandkids in hock? If you do, vote for that side of the aisle. If you want to put us on a path to fiscal responsibility, if you want to have open debates, if you want to have 72 hours to see what's in the bill, if you don't want to have to vote for a bill to find out what's in it, then you're with this side of the aisle, and you should support this rule. And I urge adoption of this rule, and I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields, and the question is on order in the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Ask for the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes. The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on the questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 869 and adoption of the House Resolution 869 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 869, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 49, House Resolution 869, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 5893, making appropriations for the Departments of Commerce and Justice, Science, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 5961 to free certain Iranian funds involved in the 2023 hostage deal between the United States and Iran, and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change a vote? The yeas are 218 and the nays are 206. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 196. On this vote, the yeas are 198, the nays are 225. The motion is not adopted. Pursuant to House Resolution 864 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 5894. Will the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of the bill, H.R. 5894, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Departments of Labor, Health and Human Services, and Education and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, Amendment number 146, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272, offered by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, had been disposed of. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-272, on which further proceedings were postponed, in the following order. Amendment number 78 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 86 by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. Amendment number 92 by Mr. Crane of Arizona. Amendment number 103 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 104 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 111 by Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma. Amendment number from Mr. Higgins of Louisiana. Amendment 113 by Mr. Higgins of Louisiana. Amendment 114 by Mr. Lawler of New York. Amendment 117 by Mr. McCormick of Georgia. Amendment number 118 by Ms. Miller of Illinois. Amendment number 119 by Ms. Miller of Illinois. Amendment number 121 by Ms. Miller of Illinois. Amendment number 123 by Ms. Miller Meeks of Iowa. And Amendment number 134 by Mr. Rosendale of Montana. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 78, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 78, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Members, this will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 169. The nays are 257. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 86, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 86, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 173, the nays are 254. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 92, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 92, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 151, the nays are 273. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 103, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 103, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is now ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 170, the nays are 254, with one voting present. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 104, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272, by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 104, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 165, the nays are 260, one voting present. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 111, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 111, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 411, the nays are 14. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 112, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 112, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Higgins of Louisiana.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 148, the nays are 280, with one recorded as present. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 113, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 113, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Higgins of Louisiana.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. 1 minute. On this vote, the yeas are 144, the nays are 279, with one recorded as present. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 114, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 114, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Lawler of New York.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 373, the nays are 54. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 117, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 117, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of requests for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 162, the nays are 262, with one recorded as present. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 118, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 118, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 157, the nays are 268, with one recorded as present. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 119, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 119, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their presence by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. The yeas. On this vote, the yeas are 155, the nays are 270, with one recorded as present. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 121, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 121, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is now ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. 1 minute. Seconds. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 204, the nays are 224. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 123, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 123, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mrs. Miller Meeks of Iowa.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 211. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 134, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 134, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is offered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 155, the nays are 268, with one recorded as present. The amendment is not agreed to. There being no further amendment under the rule, the committee rises. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has under consideration H.R. 5894, and pursuant to House Resolution 864, I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 5894 and pursuant to House Resolution 864 reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 5894 is postponed. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., November 15, 2023. I hereby designate the period from Wednesday, November 15, 2023, through Monday, November 27, 2023, as a district work period under Section 3Z of House Resolution 5. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The House will come to order. Order, members will take their conversations off the floor, please. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of Frank Sonny Seiler. Sonny died in his hometown of Savannah, Georgia, at the age of 90. He was a great attorney who was best known for being the caretaker and owner of the University of Georgia's loved mascot, Uga. Seiler started the Uga tradition when he and his wife, Cecilia, brought their English bulldog to the season-opening football game in 1956. Ever since then, Seiler and his family continued the tradition by raising a line of bulldog mascots for the football team. Seiler also served as the lead defense attorney for Jim Williams in a murder case which served as a centerpiece for the book Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. His contributions to the University of Georgia as a student and an alumnus were immeasurable, and his loyalty to his alma mater was unmatched. He was, as we say, a damn good dog. Mr. Seiler's legacy will live on forever, and his impact will be felt for decades. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the Republican lack of support for their leaders. 2 months ago, House Democrats saved the country from a devastating government shutdown. And I thank current Speaker Johnson for working with us to avoid another one. But I would not feel very confident if I were the current Speaker. Republicans have a history of rejecting their leadership. They did it to Newt Gingrich. They did it to Speaker John Boehner. They did it to Speaker Paul Ryan. And they did it to Speaker Kevin McCarthy. And they could do it to Speaker Mike Johnson. Democrats support our leadership. We work to increase jobs, support families and veterans, protect women's rights, and fight for all Americans. And we work together to avoid government shutdowns. Everyone in Congress should have the same commitment to the American people. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker Russell Fry. The poor decisions of Biden and far-left Democrats are failing American families and destroying jobs. According to an October poll, about 2/3 of Americans report rising household expenses. More than 70% describe the national economy as poor. A Bankrate survey shows that 50% of Americans say their financial situation is worse since Biden became president, as inflation has risen to a 40-year high. in contrast to President Donald Trump, who created a record job environment. Bidenomics is hurting American families. 6.5 million people remain unemployed. Prices have risen 17% since Biden took office. Families are paying more than $700 per month to buy the same exact goods and services they did just 2 years ago, according to the chief economist at Moody's Analytics. Republicans, led by Speaker Mike Johnson, will continue to fight to reduce inflation and create jobs. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with Biden open borders, creating an imminent attack on American families. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the memory of my former colleague and state representative Edith Warren, who passed away this past weekend at the age of 86. Miss Edith's journey from a tobacco farm in Edgecombe County led to a remarkable life of achievements and service. She shattered glass ceilings, becoming the first woman to serve as a full-time principal in the Pitt County school system, the first woman elected as a Pitt County Commissioner, and the first woman to represent North Carolina House District 8. I had the privilege of working alongside Miss Edith and enjoyed every bit of it, to include her delicious cakes. It was her 14-year tenure in the North Carolina House of Representatives that further solidified her legacy. She was a champion for Eastern North Carolina education and our beloved East Carolina University. Miss Edith's legacy will live on through her extraordinary contributions, and I extend my deepest condolences to her family. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Bonnie Faye Haddock Jackson on the occasion of her upcoming 100th birthday. Bonnie was born in Kings Ferry, Florida, to Lewis and Maddie Henderson Haddock on November 26, 1923, and has spent her life investing in our community. Bonnie attended Eagle Academy in Kings Ferry and Hilliard High School in Hilliard, Florida, before meeting the love of her life, Fred Jackson, a U.S. Army officer who served our nation during World War II, as you can see here. Together, Bonnie and Fred raised a family and built a legacy in Northeast Florida that is carried on by their 11 grandchildren, 19 great-grandchildren, and 14 great-great-grandchildren. A steadfast steward of her faith, Bonnie has been a lifelong member, that's 100 years, of membership at Ephesus Baptist Church in Hilliard. Her family values and dedication to those around her have earned her a reputation as a meticulous housekeeper, an amazing cook, a talented gardener, and faithful and devoted matriarch to her growing family. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to have the opportunity to wish Bonnie a very happy 100th birthday from the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives. To Bonnie and her family, thank you for all you do to enrich our Northeast Florida community. Your impressive legacy sets an example for all of us to follow. God bless you in this, your 100th year of life. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, next week Americans across the country are going to gather around their dinner tables and share what they're thankful for. And I hope my Republican colleagues will use that moment to reflect on how lucky you are to work with us House Democrats. I hope you're thankful for that time last June when the Republicans were on the verge of driving us into an economic default and Democrats stepped up, helped you out, and provided the votes needed to make sure we didn't. I hope you're thankful for that time 45 days ago when you were driving us to the edge of an economic shutdown and once again Democrats stepped up, helped you out, and made sure we kept the government open for the American people. I hope you're thankful for that time this week when Democrats once again had to be the adults in the room, didn't throw any punches, but made sure that even though the Republican majority couldn't pass the new Speaker's stopgap measure, we did, and we kept the government open for a few more weeks. So this Thanksgiving, I'd ask all of you, be thankful, and whatever you do, just don't be that crazy uncle who won't stop yapping about Hunter Biden. Mr. Speaker, you're welcome, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I was honored to be able to take part in the Rally for Israel in the Capitol Mall. Indeed, so many people there just seeking peace, sharing their love for mankind with each other, but also underlining the horrific suffering that has happened to the people in Gaza, to the people that have been kidnapped by the evil Hamas, hostages still held there. We will work and fight for their release, but also for a long-term peace. Israel only seeks peace and being able to exist with their neighbors in the Middle East or amidst the Arab world. That's all they want. And to see what is happening, to see the videos, to see the images that were done to them on October 7 is horrific and evil. We must continue to stand strong in Israel. At that rally, at the March for Israel, we saw that solidarity, and we will stay with Israel through thick and thin until this is resolved properly. God bless the state of Israel. God bless those families that have hostages still being held until we can get to a resolution and find them and get them back to safety. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor Linda K. Metrovich, a beloved friend, leader, and mentor. Linda was born on May the 18th, 1947 in Whittier, California. She was a dedicated public servant. She served on the Poway City Council and was deputy mayor from 1986 to 1990. She committed her life to the betterment of others and took on many important causes, including environmental protection and Native American sovereignty. She played a significant role in creating the first wildlife corridor in California, the Coal Canyon Wildlife Reserve, and supported the ecological well-being of over 22 million people in Southern California. Linda also created the first national conference on Native American sovereignty in the year 2000. The California State Legislature also recognized her accomplishments by naming her Woman of the Year in 1998 and in 1991. Linda's legacy is remembered through her husband and 5 children, and her memory is cherished by those fortunate enough to have met her. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor and recognize 2 outstanding Iowans, John Ockenfels and Peter Tien. Between May 5th and July 30th, these 2 lifelong friends embarked on a journey to fly around the world. Taking off from Cedar Rapids in a single-engine plane, John and Peter flew more than 25,000 miles to complete one mission: eradicating polio. Only 700 pilots have ever flown around the world, and fewer than 300 of them are alive today. And I'm so proud to say that John and Peter are amongst their ranks, having accomplished this feat to help save children around the world. Iowans are so proud of John and Peter for this accomplishment and for their service to such a worthy cause. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you. Today I rise with a heavy heart to honor the memory of Chief Donald Doc Slider, a revered leader of the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Siuslaw Indians. Chief Slider's life was a testimony to his unwavering commitment to his people and the cherished land he called home. For 39 years following the tribe's recognition, Chief Slider stood as a guardian of their resurgence, nurturing hope for generations yet to come. May his spirit and memory leave a legacy of resilience and hope, leaving an indelible mark on the community that he cherished. During his tenure with the Tribal Council and as chief, he tirelessly advocated for the restoration of lands, water, fish, and wildlife. Chief Slider's passing is a profound loss, not only to his family, but to all members of the Siti-Klusi tribe and the Oregon community and beyond. As we mourn his passing, let us remember his spirit, his commitment to community, his kinship, and his enduring legacy of hope and resilience. My thoughts are with Chief Slider's family and all those touched by his remarkable life. May his memory be a blessing. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purposes, gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize November as National Career Development Month. Today, along with my colleague and co-chair of the Bipartisan Career and Technical Education Caucus, Congresswoman Suzanne Bonamici, we introduced a resolution recognizing November as National Career Development Month. National Career Development Month marks an important time for our students and workers of all ages to consider and explore future career opportunities. It's also a time to recognize the professionals who guide learners to become the leaders of tomorrow. Throughout the month, schools and businesses will have a chance to showcase different career paths that align with various interests and skills. These opportunities will better prepare students as they begin to enter the workforce. National Career Development Month raises awareness of future career opportunities and development programs for all individuals. A highly skilled workforce is a business's #1 asset and provides a competitive edge. This month, I encourage individuals of all ages to take advantage of career development and put themselves in the driver's seat of their futures. Career practitioners and educators are a vital source for the livelihood of our nation's workforce and the economic health and well-being of U.S. workers, and we look forward to advancing career development for all Americans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to join me and support this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the life and legacy of Darlene Kehaulani Butts, known to many as Auntie Kehau. Born and raised in Wahiawa, Oahu, and a proud graduate of Lelehua High School, Auntie Kehau dedicated her life to serving her community, advocating for Native Hawaiians, and perpetuating the traditions and values of Hawaii in the D.C., Maryland, Virginia area. In 1998, Auntie Kehau started a catering company in Stafford, Virginia to share iconic Hawaiian foods with local residents and Hawaii expats, myself included. And in 2004, she helped found and became the inaugural president of Keali'i Maka'ainana Hawaiian Civic Club. For decades, she also served as the chair of the annual King Kamehameha Day lei draping ceremony, working closely with the Hawaii congressional delegation, local leaders, Native Hawaiian organizations, and other stakeholders to honor Hawaii's greatest king and Saint Damien with lei, Hawaiian music, and hula here in the United States Capitol. In all that she did, Auntie Kehau was never short of aloha. She helped former Hawaii residents find home in the DMV area and welcomed so many others to take part in preserving the Hawaiian culture. Auntie Kehau's tireless efforts will be remembered and celebrated for generations to come. Mahalo, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to remember U.S. Army Sergeant Cade Wolf of Mankato, Minnesota, who was tragically lost in a helicopter crash in the eastern Mediterranean Sea during a routine air refueling mission last Friday. Cade knew early on that he wanted to serve his country. He was raised in a proud, patriotic family with a mom and dad who served in the Army and a brother who would go on also to serve. For Cade, serving in uniform wasn't just a calling, it was a family tradition. After he graduated from Mankato East High School, Cade enlisted in the Army as a helicopter repairman before going on to serve and the Army Special Operations Forces providing helicopter support. Cade died doing what he loved, serving the country that he loved, with fellow soldiers that he loved. He was truly one of Southern Minnesota's bravest heroes. Last Friday's accident is a sobering reminder to all of us that our servicemen and women put their lives on the line every day to keep us safe. While Cade's remains have yet to be recovered, I am continuing to pray for his wife, Danielle, his parents, his brother, and all those across Minnesota's 1st District who knew and loved Sergeant Wolf. His sacrifice will never be forgotten. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
I've been a member of Congress for about 11 months, and I just want to give my constituents a quick update on some of the bipartisan work that we've done. Our office has been able to bring about $90 million back into the district. A big portion of that has gone to the Charlotte Airport, which is one of the main economic drivers, not just for the district, but for the whole state. A portion of that has gone to law enforcement to help them get more body cameras, but also to help them process the backlog of rape test kits that we have in North Carolina. Another portion has gone to help fight the fentanyl epidemic, which is claiming lives every single day in our state. I've also worked on some legislation to close the weather radar gap that we have in Charlotte that's been a problem for several decades. Had an amendment passed last week about that. Had another amendment passed today about quantum technology and the security concerns that that's going to pose for all of us. I'm also working on a bipartisan bill to cut down on the junk fees that attach to all the things that we buy as consumers. And lastly, I'm working very hard to make sure we finally ban members of Congress from trading stocks. It is wrong. It has been obvious for a long time that this should be against the law, and I'm working on a bipartisan effort. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the leadership of President Biden, the world is in chaos. Failures in Afghanistan, the escalation in Russia, embrace of Iran, and kowtowing to the Chinese are all examples of his foreign policy legacy on this world. When President Biden's leadership leads to disaster, demands for U.S. aid and support dramatically increases. I stand firm in support of Israel as they fight the onslaught of terrorism on their borders. And speaking of borders, why is it we throw billions of dollars at other foreign borders when we won't protect our own? Last month, we broke the all-time high record for illegal entries into our country, a record this administration should be ashamed of. With domestic terror threats at an all-time high, we must reorient our focus to our southern border to stop potential terror attacks caused by bad policy. We must secure the border first. Then we can discuss immigration reform. We can't have reform without border security. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous request to address the House.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
In the last few days, a new threat to American freedom has arisen. We all know today that most people, or many people, get out their views on social media. And there are positives and negatives to that, but there's no question it's true. And particularly with today's intolerance, in which people can be fired for their views, or I think it's very important that people be able to voice their views anonymously. Unfortunately, it's become apparent that some people want to bar you from expressing your views anonymously, which I think in many jobs, many occupations today, could mean you're going to get fired. There's no other way to express your views other than anonymously. As I understand it, our forefathers sometimes had to put out their word or their ideas of a future government anonymously to escape detection from the British. So voicing things anonymously is a long-held American tradition, and I hope the American people are aware, like so many other of our liberties, it is an attack by some politicians who want to make sure that your employers, your college professors have the ability to know the way you think so they can take revenge on you. Please, American people, keep the right to post your views anonymously. Thank you.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank the Speaker. Thank my friend from Wisconsin for making those really important points. I think the commentary by one of the Republican candidates for president, former governor of South Carolina, I think it was a mistake. As another candidate, the governor of Florida, pointed out, anonymous individuals were key to the founding of the United States. The authors of the Federalist Papers, many of our key founding members wrote anonymously to put out ideas into the public domain and have the government think that they should step in and to censor free speech because they think it might be something that is expedient to achieve other aims which I share, about trying to ensure that we don't have vitriol being shared in the domain and social media and making sure that we do not pollute the minds of our young. We can achieve focusing on protecting our young and protecting the world against the scourge of these electronic devices and social media without trampling the very free speech that helped found this country. It's a mistake to do that. It's a mistake to empower government over the minds of man, as founder Thomas Jefferson pointed out in saying that he would swear eternal hostility over the mind of men. The fact of the matter is, the Republic is in trouble. This country is in trouble, and the time for excuses is over. No more excuses. No more excuses from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but most importantly of all, no more excuses from my colleagues on this side of the aisle. We have had a tumultuous year of sorts, but in the eyes of the American people, they've been watching from afar, wondering when this body, the People's House, will stand up in defense of the people who send us here. When are we going to do what we said we would do? When are we going to stand athwart and stop the reckless spending that is bankrupting a country that can no longer issue debt without having Moody's downgrade our rating, without having a treasury auction that is a borderline failure just last week because the people around the world no longer believe in American debt? Because we are now spending so much money and we have so much debt. We have more debt than we've ever had in the history of mankind. We have more debt than we had at the end of World War II after we exercised wars in 2 theaters to free this world of tyranny. And if we have to exercise our defense against foreign enemies today, and we have to ratchet up more spending to defend not just our country, but to defend the very freedoms under which we operate, we don't have the resources to do it. We don't have the supply chains to do it because we're sitting around here twiddling, talking about setting up offices of equity. That's what we're doing. And my colleagues on this side of the aisle utterly refuse to actually do what they say they do when they're going to go campaign against critical race theory and diversity, equity, inclusion, and campaign against Mayorkas, and campaign against open borders. And what do? They come into this chamber and they vote down amendment after amendment after amendment to cut spending and to stop funding the very bureaucrats that are undermining the freedom of this country. We have an administration that is at war with the people of the United States, nothing less. The current administration is undermining the prosperity of the American people, and they're doing it on a daily basis. The current administration, the Biden administration, is undermining our ability to defend ourselves under the Second Amendment, undermining our ability to carry out our free speech rights and our First Amendment rights, undermining our ability to live free from crime and free from the danger of dangerous cartels and dangerous gangs flooding across the southern border of the United States. Every single day, another Texan dies from fentanyl poisoning. Every single day, another Texan dies, like last week, 2 Texans, 2 Hispanic Texans who died tragically in a car accident when you had an illegal immigrant moving people across our border into Texas. And you had somebody who was human smuggling, who was speeding and killed these 2 American citizens. When is this going to stop? When are my Republican colleagues going to put up or shut up? We have bills voting down impeaching Alejandro Mayorkas. They go down. We have bills trying to cut spending, and we have games being played by appropriators right here, Sitting in the Rules Committee night before last, I had appropriators looking at me and talking about the side deals that were cut to keep spending money, to set up funds in slush funds. That's the way this town operates. Slush funds, backroom deals, continuing to spend money we don't have. I am sick and tired of it. I didn't come here for second place. I didn't come here for more excuses. I didn't come here to have the Speaker of the House assume the position and in 17 days pass a continuing resolution off the floor of this House through suspension of the rules. $400 billion, including an extension of the Farm Bill that doesn't do anything about the Chinese Communist Party ownership of our lands. Doesn't do anything to protect small ag and to protect small ranchers from big ag and all of the big corporate adventures getting rich based on the policies from this body. When is it going to be enough? Is $34 trillion of debt not enough? $2 trillion deficits not enough? Another American dying from fentanyl or from cartels? Terrorists coming across our southern border not enough? Our babies being put in ovens in Israel not enough? We have the Senate yesterday who chose expansion of the Internal Revenue Service over standing with Israel. And what are my Republican colleagues doing? They are all too happy to have this vote go down today and get on their airplanes and go home for turkey at Thanksgiving. Why aren't we putting another bill on the floor of the House right now and sending it over to the Senate to shove it down their throats, to say that we, Republicans, stand for cutting spending. We, Republicans, stand for standing with Israel. We, Republicans, stand for securing the border of the United States. No, let's just go back and go raise some money so we can do more fundraisers, so we can then try to get elected, so we can come back here and offer more excuses for why we don't get the job done. You know what the excuse will be next year? Oh, well, we won the House and we won the Senate, if we could even do that, but we don't have 60 in the Senate, Chip. We can't do what you want to do because we don't have 60 votes in the Senate. I've heard nothing but excuses for the 20 years that I've either been a staffer in this town, back in Texas watching it closely, or now back as a member. Nothing but excuses. Nothing but empty promises. And the time for those excuses is over. Today we took down a rule. Yes, because it was a closed rule. We had a closed rule, which means you can't amend it. The Rules Committee put forward a bill for Iran to go, quote, freeze the $6 billion sitting in Qatar through a closed rule. We were not allowed to amend it. Such is the way things operate in the People's House if we don't police it every single day. We changed things in January. We've been opening the place up, but that was a reversion right back to the mean. You can't amend it, little boy. You're just a backbencher. You know what? Yes, we will. We will force amendments because we had a better approach than a simple freezing of the $6 billion. You know what we wanted to do? We wanted to tell Iran no more. We're going to force the administration to stop issuing waivers to sanctions against Iran so we can stop the enrichment of Iran at the expense of Israel and at the expense of our own national security. Just yesterday, another $10 billion of waivers. $10 billion of waivers for Iran to sell electricity to Iraq. We are enriching Iran to be at war with us. We are enriching Iran to fund the killing of Jews in Israel. And yet Republicans just whistle by. Just say, oh, let's just issue a little bill. Let's just do $6 billion of freezing these assets in Qatar. Why don't you stop the actual blood money? Why don't you actually stand up and stop Iran from making billions of dollars giving oil to China? We talk a big game about Ukraine. We wear our little blue and yellow pins. Look at us. Look how compassionate we are to help people. But what the hell are we actually doing? Blank checks to Ukraine to go into the pockets of oligarchs, massive corruption, all getting documented by the day. We sent a bill over to the Senate. Democrats kill it because they'd rather side with the IRS than Israel. And we can't even move a bill to hip check the Iranians who want to kill us and exterminate the Jews in Israel. They don't hide behind it. They don't shy away from it. They openly say it. And here we are, and I'm in an empty chamber because everybody wants to go home and have their turkey, and we haven't done anything. Literally, the House Republican majority, what we've accomplished this year is the following. We have increased the debt of the United States $4 to $6 trillion. We don't actually know the amount because we set a date to January of 2025 with skyrocketing interest rates. So it's going to be a $4 to $6 trillion increase in your debt. Check. What else have we done? Well, we've passed 2 continuing resolutions of the Nancy Pelosi spending bills and priorities. Something to the tune of probably about $600 or $700 billion worth of spending when you add the Farm Bill into it. That's what we've done. That's what the Republican majority has done. When are we going to act like a Republican majority and start fighting? When are we going to do anything to truly cut spending instead of playing games? Yes, we've passed 7 appropriations bills. Yes, we've adopted some cuts, and I'm proud of those cuts. Yes, we've adopted some strong policies in the NDAA and passing H.R. 2, the border security bill. But all of that is a tree falling in the forest if we are unwilling to lock arms and fight. It does you no good to get all your ammunition ready and get all prettied up and get in the boats, and when you get to the beaches in Normandy, say, sorry, I don't think we can climb the cliffs because now's not the right time. When is the right time? Because nobody's going to just stand up one day and say, guess what, boys, it's June 6th. It's time to get up and fight. Because right now, all I'm hearing is excuses. All I'm hearing are reasons why we can't do what we campaign on doing. We can't have a shutdown. Okay, well then why don't you just take your voting card, walk over to the other side of the aisle and say, thank you, sir, may I have another? Because that's what we're doing. If we don't stand up and say, there's going to be a moment where we're going to say, we're sorry, you don't get to use taxpayer dollars and, more importantly, borrowed money to continue to stick it to the American people every day with open borders, dangerous communities, skyrocketing interest rates, skyrocketing inflation, an inability to educate your children without them being indoctrinated, an inability to have a job without being told you got to get a vaccine, an inability to have your business open during a pandemic because a bunch of tyrants shut your livelihood down, and now we do nothing about it, an inability to have a national defense that isn't woke and focused on, diversity, equity, inclusion, and transgender surgeries and abortion tourism, rather than actually killing people and blowing things up, which is what the military is supposed to be trained to do. What in the hell are we doing in this chamber? We talk about these leaders of the law that are put up on the walls around the chamber, including Moses. And we're walking away from Moses and the people of Israel by not standing up and defending Israel, by ensuring that we force the Senate to do their job. I would have shoved down the throats of the United States Senate a funding bill that included Israel and dared Chuck Schumer to shut the government down and go home and eat turkey. But instead, we walk away. Continuing resolution, ladies and gentlemen, we'll fight in January. Enough. Enough of continuing to do the same old, which is all we're doing. We give tours over to Arlington National Cemetery. When you fly into Washington, D.C., as one of my friends, the governor of Florida, Governor DeSantis, likes to point out, as a man who wore the uniform, as a man who served his country, when he flies into Washington Reagan, DCA, and you fly along the Potomac and you look to your left, he says in stories, you see the monuments. You see the Washington Monument. You see the Lincoln Memorial. You see the Jefferson Memorial. You see this Capitol building sitting up on the hill as a symbol for freedom and what a republic looks like for the world to understand and see. But on your right, when you're flying down that river, you see a whole bunch of other monuments, but they're a lot smaller. They're little stones of marble that are cut out to represent all of those who died so that we could be here, who died so that we could live free, who died so that we could stand under that flag. And we're pissing it away. We're giving it away. All that they fought for, all of those freedoms, we are giving it away. Why? because we're too cowardly to stand up and do our job. Oh no, a shutdown. Are you frigging kidding me? Oh, we can't have a shutdown heading into Thanksgiving. What will they say or do? How about we stand up and fight and go to the American people and tell them that we believe we should be doing what they sent us here to do? Limiting spending, securing the border of the United States, standing with Israel, but paying for this stuff as we go so our kids and our grandkids don't inherit a bankrupted country and they don't have to wonder what freedom used to look like while they're speaking Mandarin. But that's what we're going to get. We went through an entire month of drama about a speaker, and we just did the same damn thing we've been doing. The people I represent are sick and tired of it. People say, well, Chip, why do you get so animated on the floor? Because somebody has to stand up for the people whose voices want to be heard in this town. If I see another bill, another measure, another amendment, another office focused on diversity, equity, inclusion, focused on all of these nonsensical programs that we can't even afford, much less if they're good for the United States of America, rather than figuring out how to have bullets and planes and boats to stand up and defend this country and defend freedom, rather than standing up and securing our border and giving the Border Patrol what they need, rather than making them show up to the border every day, outmanned, outgunned, and with a mission to usher people into the United States falsely under the name of compassion, using false interpretations of the law, expansive uses of asylum and parole, to allow terrorists and criminals to come into the United States and endanger the American people. The police officer in Austin, Texas, that I went to the vigil for on Sunday night, he was killed by somebody on the terrorist watch list. What in the hell is wrong with this country? Are we not sovereign? Do we not believe that we should secure this country for the people of the United States? If this body were serious, we wouldn't leave town without ensuring that we're secure. We would not leave town without forcing Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden to the table because Republicans control this chamber, or at least they say they're Republicans. For the life of me, I do not understand how you can go to the trouble of campaigning, raising money, going to events, talking to people, coming to this town as a member of a party who allegedly stands for something, allegedly stands for reducing spending, allegedly stands for eliminating debt, securing the border, strong military, ending the wokeness that is killing and corrupting our schools and our kids, and then do nothing about it. One thing. I want my Republican colleagues to give me one thing, one, that I can go campaign on and say we did. One. Anybody sitting in the complex, if you want to come down to the floor and come explain to me one material, meaningful, significant thing the Republican majority has done besides, well, I guess it's not as bad as the Democrats. Because that reminds me of the line from Patton when he said, well, you won't have to say, well, I was shoveling crap in Louisiana. Because that's what we're doing. No offense to my friends from Louisiana. My mom grew up in Louisiana. I don't understand how we can watch a world building up to take us out. China, Iran, places all around the world who want to undermine the United States of America, and we're doing nothing about it. We are not moving manufacturing capacity to the Western Hemisphere into our own country. We are not eliminating the debt problem that is crippling our ability to finance our own existence, finance freedom, and ensure that the dollar remains the currency of the world. We're doing nothing to secure our own border and establish our own sovereignty and defend ourselves from dangerous fentanyl pouring into our communities. We are doing nothing to ensure that our kids are educated to believe in this country, believe in freedom, believe in Western civilization, and believe in God. We've walked away from every single principle that made this country great, all in the name of being politically correct and woke. And it is a damned shame for all of the people who have stood up and fought to make this country great, to defend its principles, defend our freedom, to defend limited government, to defend the principles in the Constitution, to defend the Bill of Rights. What good are they if we're going to throw them all away? But we're doing it on a daily basis. Just today, we were going to be told it was sufficient to freeze $6 billion for Iran, give a press statement, and say, look at us, when that would do nothing to stop what Iran is actually doing every single day to fund Hamas, to fund Hezbollah, to undermine Israel's security and therefore undermine our security, all with open public pledges to want to take us out. You think that these protests around this country, on college campuses or on the streets of New York, are an accident? Are you not looking around? Are your eyes not open? We are going to crumble under our own weight in the very name of the liberties that we say that we want to protect. We're not protecting them, and then we're going to crumble under them because we're going to be blind to the enemies coming across our border. It's happening in real time, and we know it. We're having to force every bit of information we can get out of the administration. But there are known terrorist sympathizers who are coming across our border. They're looking at us and laughing. They are seeing our border, and they know they can exploit it. We're worried about FISA. I had some of my colleagues preaching about the need for the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act to go stop our foreign enemies. Okay, I'll spot you. I think we need to make sure we've got the tools so long as they're protecting American civil liberties. But you're worried about FISA when our border is wide open? You can waltz across the Rio Grande, look at the Border Patrol and say, hi, I'm here, and get released into the United States. And we don't do anything about it. That's not a sovereign nation. That's not a free nation. You are not free if you are not secure. You are not free if your border is open and exposed to terrorists. You are not free if you are spending money you don't have to indebt your children and grandchildren to a future where you are no longer able to fund freedom. How are we going to fund a national defense with a dollar that's not worth anything? Anybody seen the absolute devastation in countries with skyrocketing inflation that goes off the charts? Zimbabwe or countries that have had this over the years? That's where we're headed. We are not free if we are not sovereign. We are not free without secured borders. We are not free if our military is not strong and not woke. We are not free if we're not able to exercise our First Amendment rights without being censored, which is happening every single day. How are you free if you lost your job because you didn't want to take an experimental vaccine that had zero to precious little testing, depending on who you listen to, now with massive amounts of evidence demonstrating vaccine-oriented injuries? Somehow you weren't free to be able to go exercise your rights as a human to go carry out your livelihood so you could take care of your family. You're not free. That's not a free country. What have we done? How many hearings have we had about COVID tyranny? Like a couple? Kind of brushed aside? What have we done? Have we done anything to hold Anthony Fauci accountable? Have we done anything at all to uncover how a country like this could shut down the largest economy in the history of the world, shut down people's abilities to live their lives, force people to take vaccines, force people to walk around with masks on their face, or get fined on the very floor of the House of Representatives? Have we done any kind of expose for the American people about how that should never happen again? No. The American people didn't send us here for this. They didn't. They didn't send us here to keep doing the same thing. Nobody runs for Congress to keep doing the same thing that they think is wrong. People wonder, say, well, Chip, you're criticizing Congress. You must not like Congress very much. Well, Congress polls at like 17%. So I feel like if I'm against Congress, I'm with 83% of the American people. And I'm right. Every time I go back to Texas, and I'm starting to think, gosh, man, are you crazy? You're up here, you're beating your head against the wall, you're talking to people, and they go, oh, Chip, you're crazy. We can't get that done. We can't force the Senate to do that. You're living in, no, we got to win the presidency. We got to win more seats in the House. We got to do better in the Senate. I've been hearing that my whole life. And we've never done anything, whether we had 56 members in the Senate or 47, whether we had a majority with 260, or whether we've got our thin majority now, whether we had someone in the White House or not. Because with all due respect to former President Trump, they sure as hell didn't get border security done when we had the White House and the House and the Senate. Nothing. Talked a big game about building a wall and having Mexico pay for it. Ain't no wall, and Mexico didn't pay for it. And we didn't pass any border security. We had Goodlat 1 and Goodlat 2. Nobody in America knows what the hell those are, but what they know is our border's wide open. This year, we passed an actually excellent border security bill. Everyone in Washington wants us to walk away from that and do something. Oh, Chip, you can't get that done in the Senate. You'll never get Joe Biden to sign that. Well, with that self-fulfilling prophecy, you're correct. With that self-fulfilling prophecy, you are right. If instead you look at Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer and say, you're not going to get a damned thing at all until we secure the border of the United States properly and we stop letting people flood into the United States and endanger us. Because I don't know, gee, let me think, that's our job. When we swear an oath to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the United States, that includes the laws that say that we must secure the border. I don't know a single Hispanic Texan, a single, quote, brown, unquote, person in Texas that I talk to who's down there saying, oh, please, more open borders. Oh, please, more fentanyl. Oh, please, more cartels. But we've got to actually do something about it. When we come back from Thanksgiving, I am hearing lots of promises about what we will do. Well, let me just lay down a marker and lay down a gauntlet here. We better damn well do it. It's time. It is time to use the full power of the majority of the House of Representatives to ensure that the President of the United States and the Senate Democrat majority understands that the era of excuses is over and that we're going to reclaim the mantle for Americans of having a secure and sovereign nation with a secure border, with a strong military, and stop bankrupting our future for our kids and grandkids. Because that's actually our duty under the Constitution, instead of promising things we can't deliver. Instead of creating programs that undermine American effectiveness and American prosperity. Instead of continuing to bow down to world authorities to take away our sovereignty at the United Nations or the World Health Organization, instead of empowering our enemies like Iran and empowering our enemies like China, we have a duty, a responsibility under the Constitution and standing before that flag to actually defend the United States of America. That's what I want to hear that we're going to be doing when we return on Tuesday, November 28th. Happens to be my mom's birthday. Happy birthday, Mom. We're going to fight for a free America when we come back from Thanksgiving. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want this Republican majority to stand up and do. I want to see 220 Republicans standing on the steps of this building, pledging to lay it all on the line. I'm tired of the speeches. Don't give me your crap about putting Christmas wreaths walking around Arlington National Cemetery or in the national cemeteries across America. Don't give me your speeches on Veterans Day, your speeches on Memorial Day. Why don't we put everything we've got, all of our political lives on the line and say we're going to stand up for this country? Who cares if you lose your election? Why does it matter if you're here if you don't do something? We don't have anything to risk. Mean tweets? Who cares? Put it all on the line. Fight for the country. And maybe, just maybe, the American people will look at that and reward you for it. But who cares? We came here to do what's right. No one believes spending money we don't have and indebting our kids and grandkids is right. Nobody. Nobody believes, no rational person, no sane person believes that an open border with terrorists and cartel members and fentanyl pouring across it is right. Nobody believes that Hamas going across a border into Israel and putting a baby in an oven while people are raping that baby's mother is right. Nobody can possibly believe that. And if they do, and I want to be perfectly clear about this, if you do, you have no business being in the United States of America protesting against us, standing up in defense against that. Moral clarity matters. Moral clarity in the face of evil matters. I am sympathetic to wanting to stand up against Putin and the evils and the horrors against the people of Ukraine. I just want a mission to know how it's going to be accomplished and how the money's being used. And I'm very sympathetic to what happened on October 7th to our friends in Israel. We should help them. I was fine with helping Ukraine until I started learning about all the corruption and the improper use of the money. But we got to pay for it. We've got to actually have sacrifice. You can't write blank checks because then there's no moral authority behind the blank check. If you're the world's ATM, all you're doing is perpetuating the very violence and the wars without sacrifice. That's the whole point. When I think back about that police officer last week, he was alive on Friday, and on Saturday he was not. His family, his wife, his stepkids, they now don't have their husband, their father. He went into a house to go protect two people. His partner got shot, sent to the hospital. He's fighting for his life all week. Later that day, a police officer, a woman, committed suicide in the same department in Austin, Texas. Later that night or the next morning, a recently retired police officer in that same department died in a tragic car accident. In a matter of 48 hours, the Austin Police Department lost two of their own, one of their recent own, and one was in the hospital fighting for his life. It was a rough 48 hours. These are strong men and women. They're resilient. They'll stay on watch. But it makes me think about what are they doing? They are putting their lives on the line, standing on that thin blue line to protect us in the face of disparaging remarks about how they're evil, about how they're biased. Defunding by the Austin City Council of $150 million, which, by the way, is a part of the mental health issues, a part of the danger that some of these guys face, a part of the danger that we send these guys into dangerous situations, into a house, and they're questioning, can they shoot? Can they act? We're doing that to them. We are. The leaders of this country are doing that to them. They go out, they defend us, they get in a car, they walk and put their bodies in front of gangs, between gangs and us. They fight drug lords. They stand up against the most violent and insidious evil, and we're back here questioning their plays. We're Monday morning quarterbacking everything they do. So of course they've got issues. Of course it's more dangerous for them. And what are we doing about it? What? What are we doing about it? Because that cop still has to get in the car today. The cop still has to walk the street today. What are we doing to defend them, to protect them? What are we doing for our men and women in uniform who are wondering what they're doing when they have to sit in sessions about social engineering and wokeness training? They're doing it. I've exposed it. Put it out on social media. All of the different classes, all of the stuff they have to go through. All I want to do is get trained on how to jump out of helicopters and shoot guns and fly planes and drive boats and figure out how to defend the United States of America, which, by the way, is its mission. You want to know why recruiting levels are in the toilet? Because we're turning it into a social engineering experiment. When we set out in January to change the House of Representatives, we set out to make this place get back to what we would call regular order. We've had some successes and some monumental failures in doing that. We've had a brief spell where we had something sort of close to resembling open amendments on the floor. We've had some increases in some of the structured rules. That means amendments that we kind of approve, certain ones, not others. We go to the Rules Committee. We have a debate about it, sort of get some debate. We've had 7 appropriations bills pass off the floor. We've had another, 3 or 4 get debated fully. We'll see if we can get all 12 done. But we are still miles away from the deliberative engagement about ideas and about how we're going to carry the country forward that the founders envisioned. We are miles away from being able to have a process by which people can believe that the House of Representatives is actually representing them. The election certificate for every member of Congress is just as good as the Speaker or any chairman or any member of the Appropriations Committee or Rules Committee. But for too long, that is not how this place has operated. It hasn't. And we saw that unfold this week. The continuing resolution that was brought forward yesterday suspended the rules, so there was no real debate. There were no amendments. It was brought to the floor. It had a vote, and it was kicked off the floor and sent to the Senate by suspension of the rules. 209 Democrats voted for it. 2 Democrats voted against it. 127 Republicans voted for it. 93 Republicans voted against it. Now, for my constituents back home, you might look at that math and say, well, that doesn't sound like a very good bill. You would be correct. You would be right. It is a bill that continues the Pelosi funding levels that I would point out last year, then Speaker Kevin McCarthy called this bill, quote, a slap in the face. All of my Republican colleagues voted against it who are in this chamber today except for 2, calling it what it was, a bloated omnibus spending bill passed right before Christmas. What we did on October 1st was continue that for 45 days and spend an additional $16 billion for disaster FEMA funding, unpaid for. What we did today, or yesterday, presumably the Senate will take up and pass, is continue it for another 60-ish days until January 19th and another 75-ish days until early February. Again, we're talking about $500 or $600 billion that we've passed with these continuing resolutions. Funding government at levels that Nancy Pelosi set and policies Nancy Pelosi put in place. This bill yesterday is what House Progressive Caucus Chair Jayapal called maintaining the spending levels were, quote, a very big win, end quote. Well, I guess they would be from a Democrat standpoint. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, Congresswoman Tlaib, Congresswoman Omar, they all voted for this bill. 95 Republicans voted against this bill. 93 Republicans voted against this bill. Another point about this omnibus spending bill that we're continuing. You know how it was passed last December? Floor staff probably remember. It was passed with 226 of the House of Representatives not even here. Yeah, 226 of the House of Representatives voted by proxy last December to pass $1.7 trillion of disastrous funding to continue to advance the bureaucracy that's at war with the American people, and we Republicans are voting to continue it. That's what a continuing resolution is. We're voting to perpetuate what I would say was an unconstitutional bill. Litigation is currently underway in Texas versus the Department of Justice. I filed an amicus brief in that, saying it was unconstitutional. You're supposed to have a quorum. How can you have a quorum if 226, a majority of the body, are literally not even here? That's the whole definition of quorum. So we have what I believe, regardless of what the court ultimately says, because the court doesn't like to stick its nose in the business of the House. It should in this case, because it's plain black letter, I'd say English, but it's really Latin, what a quorum is. But it's nevertheless unconstitutional. You didn't have 226 people. 226, they weren't even here. They voted by proxy. So you've got an omnibus spending bill that is, in my opinion, unconstitutional, that we've been operating under since last December. And now we're perpetuating an unconstitutional bill by voting for a continuing resolution of unconstitutional funding to fund a government at war with the American people at levels that are indebting our kids and grandkids. Well, congratulations. Well done, us. We'll see what happens. That litigation is currently underway. I think it's going to go before a district judge sometime here in December. My friends here on the floor and in the parliamentarian's office, we might have some fun Decembers if the court makes a decision that that omnibus bill is unconstitutional. We'll see what happens then. Nobody is under the delusion that it is a difficult environment in this current day and age in Washington to get things done. Nobody here is saying that we need to get everything we want. Nobody is here saying that we need to change this town overnight or in a day. But I know what I'm saying, which is we're never going to change this town meaningfully if we don't stand up and fight to change it. It's just not possible. You have to take risks. You can't just sit back while Moody's downgrades the U.S. federal debt outlook to negative and a Treasury auction goes south and just shrug your shoulders and say, oh, well, sorry, too hard to do. Don't want to have a shutdown over Thanksgiving. They might say mean things about us. Oh, no, mean things. Say, no, Chip, no, you don't understand. The truth is that what that means is that by November 30th, our troops won't get paid. I am sensitive to that. There are, of course, solutions and alternatives to that. You can offer legislation to fund the troops. Does Chuck Schumer not want to fund the troops? You can offer legislation to fund Border Patrol. Does Chuck Schumer not want to fund Border Patrol? Call his bluff. And if he won't do it, let the American people decide. Oh, Chip, we don't have the media. Beat them. Ronald Reagan didn't have the media either. You can't sit back and watch your country burn, complain about it burning, and then come here and provide the fuel for the fire. That's what we're doing. The national debt hit $33 trillion in September. It's now approaching $34 trillion. It has grown by $2.2 trillion since President Biden signed the Fiscal Responsibility Act. We come up with these cute names. The Fiscal Responsibility Act. Who can oppose that? $2.2 trillion later, not sure exactly what was responsible about the Fiscal Responsibility Act. When we head into Thanksgiving, you know, I think Wednesday before Thanksgiving, the Wall Street Journal always writes in their editorial section, and they reprint an editorial that was written decades ago. I don't know, probably in the 50s. I think it's called something like Into the Desolate Wilderness. It talks about the early American settlers, pilgrims, if you will, coming into the United States and going into the desolate wilderness. They knew the dangers, some dangers they didn't know about, they learned about. Obviously, the history, you know, is replete with knowing of dealing with disease and the difficulty of traversing the Atlantic in the boats, coming here, dealing with, obviously, engagement with the natives here in North America. And we have for too long now been shunning the bravery and the courage of those founding settlers who came to this country and gave us the chance to have this, the greatest hope the world has ever known, the freest and greatest country, and one for which I will never apologize. We are now an apologetic generation, not a prosperous and ingenious one. Perhaps we should get back to being ingenious and engaging in prosperity and advancing the world rather than retreating in a mist of apology. Because all of those people who came here courageously to settle this desolate wilderness, and all of those who have died and bled in order to preserve and protect the values, the freedoms that this country not just represents but embodies, the soul of our country. It is not blood. The soul of this country is freedom. And if the freedom that this country represents is no longer able to be lived, then the country is dead. My goal in this brief spell on this planet, and it is brief, is to try to give some honor and glory to the God who created this earth and gave me life, and to stand up for the freedom for my children to do the same. But living free is more important than a constitution or a country. Living free is why we set this country up. And if we can't unite, at least as Republicans, to defend freedom for our kids and our grandkids, then the country is indeed not going to survive. But if instead we go into Thanksgiving and we head into Christmas, thankful for the world that God gave us, uplifted by the knowledge that Jesus Christ died on a cross so that we could have eternal life, uplifted by what we can accomplish when we come together and live in prosperity and live in freedom, then we can again be the shining city on the hill and be the greatest country on the history of the earth, and we can drag this world forward and defend freedom for ourselves and establish stability and prosperity for not just us, but around the world, because everyone knows what we stand for. We have to reclaim the banner that the world looks to know what the rule of law means, to know what living under freedom means. That is our calling. That is why we are here. We are not here for second place. We are not here for apologies. And we are not here for excuses. We owe it to the poorest among us who look to this body to secure the blessings of liberty as the Constitution outlined. The Constitution doesn't promise you an outcome. It doesn't promise you a certain way of life. It doesn't promise you prosperity. It gives you the freedoms and the structures, or it honors, I should say, the freedoms and the structures in place so that you can prosper and live free. Nothing more, nothing less. And when we promise more, we are giving people less. Let us head into the holiday season thankful that we still live in the greatest country in the history of the world, but resolved to protect it, save it, advance it under the principles that made it great, not under the false accusations for which we should somehow crawl into the corner and apologize, rather than recognizing that through the turmoil, through the mistakes, through the sins, we have thrived and we have stood tall to pursue righteousness as a country. I am indeed thankful as a cancer survivor, as a father, as a husband. I am thankful to live in the greatest district, in the greatest state, in the greatest country in the history of the world. I'm proud of it. I'm unapologetic for it. I'm unapologetic for our nation's founding. I'm unapologetic for our nation's advancement. I'm unapologetic for the prosperity it has produced. I'm unapologetic for the blood that we have shed around the world, not for tyranny, not for world domination, but for freedom. I will never apologize for that. But I will hold my colleagues on both sides of the aisle accountable, including myself, for what we promised to do when we take the oath, when we campaign, when we come here, when we give speeches, because it is our duty to protect this country for our kids and our grandkids. We are called in 2 Timothy to finish the race. I'm going to leave it all on the field, I can tell you that, for my kids. Every time my son or my daughter call me and say, "Daddy, when are you coming home?" We've been here for 10 straight weeks. We were here for 10 out of 12 weeks before the August break. It's been a long run. It's been a run that, as I just articulated, has not produced all the things that I would like to produce. But it has produced an observation for the American people that we are not going to be deterred in continuing to fight for what is right and to change this institution, to restore it to the people's house. I'm not going to fly home, look at my kids, and say, "Well, I tried." I'm going to fly back home and I'm going to tell my kids, we're just beginning. We're just starting. And when I'm away from you, just like our men and women in uniform are away from their kids when they're serving overseas, fathers who went away throughout World War II, my father didn't know his father until my father was 3 years old. I'm a grandfather. My grandfather was in the Pacific. All my colleagues that go, "Oh, got to get home for the fundraiser, got to get home for the football game." We have a job to do. And when I go home and I look at my kids, I'm going to tell them that the reason I come here is for them. And they know that. My friend Pat Fallon, who was thinking about not running for re-election, congressman from Texas, district where my parents used to live. They now live in my district. Pat wasn't going to run for re-election. He was going to go back and run for state senate so he could be closer to his family and be in the state of Texas. His son, according to Pat, convinced him not to do that. Pat's father was very proud of him for running for Congress before his father passed away a couple of years ago. And his son said, "Dad, you're up there trying to do something bigger. And when you're away from here, we miss you, but we know why you're doing it." So to all of our families, to all of our wives, to all of our husbands, to all of our children, to all the staff who have been here for 10 straight weeks, thank you. I mean that as a former staffer. I know it's not easy, especially if you're having to recite a lot of names. But thank you for your work. To the parents of staff, like Lynn Dare, Jordan's mom, hi. The staff's always here. They're always working hard. They always serve us respectfully, regardless of what our views are. And I appreciate it. I appreciate my staff who work night and day, tirelessly, trying to defend this country just as much as we do. It's an honor to serve in this House, but we owe the courtesy to the people that we represent to honor them by fighting for them. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Section 3Z of House Resolution 5, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. on Friday, November 17th, 2023.